Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare.
Jai Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaura Premanande, Hari Hari Bol.
Haribo.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama,
Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Oh Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Hare
Hare
Rama
Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama
Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Ram Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Hare
Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radhe Bolo Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe Hey oh Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Shri Radhe Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Oh! Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Jaya Shri Radha Gokulananda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Change me. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Oh. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Same. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hello. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo! Hare Krishna, oh, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Haribo. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Satinandana, Jai Satinandana, Gaura Hare. Jai Satinandana, Jai Satinandana, Gaura Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Bolo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Follow! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Follow Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone take a. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. निताई गौर प्रेमानंदे शिला प्रभुपाद की।
हरे कृष्णा।
हरे हरे, हरे राम, राम राम, हरे हरे। वंशा कल्पतरुभश्च कृपा सिंधु भयेव च पतितानं पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः, वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः, वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। Dear Maharajas and dear Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, this is indeed an exceptional occasion. For we have never seen such a sea of devotees in this wonderful facility of ours. And of course, this is indeed a historic, memorable, and significant occasion, far more than I can imagine. But on behalf of our temple president, who is the host of this beautiful occasion, on behalf of Her Grace Vishaka Prabhu, who is unable to be with us this morning, on behalf of her, the temple president, we welcome each and every one of you devotees. Hari Bol. Let's have 3 Hari Bols. And of course, it's such a beautiful feeling that for the past one whole week, if not longer, we've hosted many of you devotees who have appeared not just throughout the continent, possibly even globally, but possibly even universally. And here at the manor, any any errors which we may have performed, knowingly or unknowingly, with regards to the accommodation, with regards to the prasadam, please forgive us for that. And Prabhus, it's such a unique occasion this, because the province of Wembley, which is only 11 miles away from here, has indeed produced many devotees. And for that province, for that Council of Brent, we are very, very indebted. However, Prabhus and Maharajas, this is the first occasion where a Gujarati boy from Wembley is taking the most significant step in life. So we are truly indebted. Now, without further ado, we humbly request for His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj to kindly take the Vyasasan and enlighten us further on the meaning of sannyas. Thank you very, very much, Prabhus.
Chaitanya Manobhistam Sthapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupakada Mahyam Tatati Sapadantikam. Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Jatapadakamanam Shri Gurun Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupam Shagrajatam Shahagana Raganatan Vitanastan Sakivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Shahagana Lalita Shri Vishakam Vitanscha. Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dina Bandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kamshana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Prishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hori Priye Vansha Kolpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindho Pyevacha Patita Nam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. We can look at sannyas in two aspects. One is that it's a function of the Vedic Varnashram system. According to the Vedic social system, which is the social system meant for civilized human life. In the beginning, there's brahmachari life. for education, for training in character, for development of the spiritual foundation of life. The brahmachari training is there. And then, after brahmachari life, with the permission of the spiritual master, the student may marry and enter the grihastha ashram and accept the duties of family life. And we can say the burdens of family life. Responsibilities. After, say, 25 years of grihastha life, the next stage is retired life, vanaprastha, for developing detachment for home, family, children, material affairs. And then the fourth stage is sannyas, or complete detachment from material life. And then the last stage is leaving this world and going back to Godhead. The purpose is ante narayana smriti. At the end of life, one should be Krishna conscious, remember the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and make a success of the human life by going back to Godhead. Not every brahmachari marries. Some brahmacharis may remain brahmachari for their whole life, career brahmacharis. Or they may accept directly the renounced order, sannyas. For the grihasthas, the vanaprastha ashram is the intermediate stage for loosening the attachments that develop during family life. But if one hasn't entered family life, then there's nothing to detach oneself from. One can directly accept sannyas. So this is the, of course, outward program, a social system, various ashrams through which we go. But the inner meaning or purpose of sannyas is to dedicate oneself completely to the devotional service of Krishna. That's the real essence of sannyas. Of course, the Mayavad sannyas, which we never accept, aims at oneness with God. But our goal is oneness by serving God, to be one in purpose with Krishna. In the verse Etasa Astaya, chanted by the Brahmin when he accepted, Avantipur Brahmin, when he accepted, gave up the material world. In the purport, Srila Prabhupada explains that the purpose, the real meaning of sannyas is to devote oneself, body, mind, and words, everything, for the service of Mukunda, Krishna. Otherwise, sannyas is superficial. Just Prabhupada said the change of cloth is not actually sannyas, but the dedication to the lotus feet of Mukunda is. So this is our real purpose, or in every ashram. Why sannyas only? Anashrita karma palam karyam karma karoti ya sa sannyasi. From that point of view, everyone is meant for sannyas in every ashram. anashrita karma palam, not to be attached to material things, but karyam karma karotuya, to perform our prescribed duties for the satisfaction of Krishna. That's sannyas. Among the sannyasis, there are also two ways. There are the bhajananandis, who are mainly interested in their own spiritual advancement, and the gosyanandis, who are especially concerned with the welfare of others. They're naturally interested in their own spiritual advancement, but especially their concern is to help others to become Krishna conscious. Srila Prabhupada exemplified the path of the Gosyanandis. After Srila Prabhupada had his heart attack in the 1960s and went to India and then came back to America in 1968, one of my godbrothers, Madhusudan Prabhu, said to Srila Prabhupada, or wrote to Srila Prabhupada, that Swamiji, now, Jaya, Bibi Govind, no, Maharaj, Jai. Half blind. Hare Krishna. So Madhusudan Prabhu wrote to Srila Prabhupada that, Swamiji, now your health is not so good, so it will be better for you to rest for some time and not be involved in public programs and not preach. Prabhupada wrote back and said, my dear boy, if I did not preach, where would you be? So we're all indebted on account of Srila Prabhupada's preaching and on account of the preaching of his followers, where we have the good fortune to be engaged in the Krishna consciousness movement. And so our purpose, our duty is to help others become Krishna conscious. And the sannyas ashram is especially meant for that, to give some leadership, to give some full dedication. Householders have multi-duties. They have duties for family maintenance, they have duties for preaching. But a sannyasi has no other business to be simply to cultivate Krishna consciousness, spread Krishna consciousness, spread Krishna consciousness. So this is our purpose. This is our good fortune. This was Srila Prabhupada's example and Srila Prabhupada's desire. And so we're trying to serve him in this way. All of us, and especially the sannyasis, have some particular duties Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more thing is that Srila Prabhupada, there's an ecstatic picture that appears in one of the versions of the On-Chanting booklet. It was taken outside 61 2nd Avenue in New York. Devotees are jumping up and down and they're in the street. You can see this sort of funky New York street, and devotees are chanting and dancing around Srila Prabhupada. And there's no caption, but I was there, and Srila Prabhupada was just coming from an initiation he'd performed at the temple. He was going back to his apartment. And everybody's jumping and dancing, and Prabhupada was grave. And he only said, "We have expanded the parampara from Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu." So this is our duty, to expand the parampara, to expand the sannyasa ashram also, and for the sannyasis to expand and encourage everyone else to expand the Krishna consciousness movement. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. His Holiness Jaya Swami Maharaj ki. Prabhus, it's always our karma to get the technicalities wrong. So apologies for that. Even when we're in the temple room, there's always something which is not quite right. But our next speaker is our very own sannyasi. His Holiness Dayananda Maharaj has been our sannyasi here, not just in the UK, but at the temple here for many, many years. And so we're very proud and very much indebted to his guidance. Very much indebted. His Holiness Dayananda Maharaj ki Jaya.
Om Gyantimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastachari Satarine. So this is a very special occasion. When I came in the Haveli, I felt the atmosphere, it was completely electric and very emotional also. So, you know, our movement actually is a sannyas movement. You know, in Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada explains how, in one purport in the 18th chapter, how his early disciples were actually going out to work and they were surrendering their results to Srila Prabhupada, everything. And he says this is actually sannyas. And as the first Maharaj quoted, Jaya Maharaj, is that anashrita karma phalam karyam karma karotiya, that one who works as he is obliged is in the renounced order of life, not one who performs no duty, nor lights no fires. So traditionally that would mean that a sannyasi wouldn't cook, he would just live off the things naturally. But, you know, in modern terms we see that sannyas is not for renunciation on, but I preach it. And this is a preaching movement. Anybody who takes part in it, they're actually on the platform of Sannyas if they're following Prabhupada's instructions. And a few days ago I was speaking to Kripa Moyer in Warrington, and he was saying, we can say that, there's no difference, we're all following the same process. He says, but if we see like that, then things will go wrong. He says, there is a difference. It's a personal difference that, of internal renunciation, that one dedicates his life to completely serving the Supreme Personality of Godhead with body, mind and words. So we have to make that differentiation. And this is why, a sannyasi is seen in such a position. When Srila Prabhupada went to India with his disciples in the early days, everybody was bowing down, and the disciples hadn't experienced that before. And Prabhupada said, do you know why they're bowing down to me? And the disciples couldn't answer. He said, because I've given up sex life. But actually, in that respect, if you follow this process, then everybody is a sannyasi. Everything's regulated. So it's a chinchya beda beda tattva. It's simultaneously, everybody is engaged in the sannyas mentality, but there is a specific difference between the ashrams still. So this is a particular situation where Sutapa Prabhu is taking sannyas, and I remember in 2002, I think it was, I think that's when you first joined the ashram, that straight away he was in that mood of actually giving consciousness. Usually when devotees move into the ashram, they usually do work around the ashram and then eventually find the inspiration to go out and preach. But at that time, he was actually wanting to go and preach immediately. So this is very special. And he's been doing that ever since for the last 20 years. He's been giving Krishna consciousness in so many ways, preaching directly, writing books, and generally inspiring the formation of an ashram. So based on that qualification, now he's taking the order of sannyas. So I wish him all the best, and I'm sure that it won't affect his consciousness. He's always been very steady, even in such a prominent position where everybody really adores him and feels the benefit of his association. So I'm sure it won't affect his consciousness one bit. He'll still carry on being the same devotee. So I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and I'd like to pass over to Indradyumna Swami. Srila Prabhupada ki Jaya.
His Holiness Dayananda Maharaj ki Jaya. Prabhus, we are indeed exceptionally fortunate here at the Manor, for we have Indradyumna Maharaj here present. And a humble request has been by the devotees of the temple here, the resident devotees of the temple, and this request is to Kadamba Karna Maharaj.
I'm so sorry. That's the better choice.
We'd like to request Kadamba Karna Maharaj that if he could initiate devotees on a weekly basis and give sannyas on a weekly basis every Sunday, then we could keep these international devotees here at the Manor forever.
If he initiated devotees on a weekly basis here and initiated sannyasis here, then you'd have thousands and thousands of devotees from Britain.
Prabhus, without further ado, we'd like to humbly request His Holiness Indrajumna Swami Maharaj to kindly enlighten all of us.
Oma Gyantimirandasya Gyanan Gana Shalakaya Chaksunimilitam Jena Tasmai Si Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Mano Vishtam Shtapitam Jena Bhutale Shwayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadanti Svapadantikam Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama. My most respectable obeisances to this august assembly of Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. I'm very honored to be here at the auspicious sannyasa initiation of Sutapa Prabhu. I've actually never met him. Not sure how I got invited. But I went online the other day. One time I heard Prabhupada say in Paris, you can understand the quality of a Vaishnava by their speaking, because through their speaking we hear their realizations. So I went online and I found Sutapa Das, and I had like 10 minutes before I had to do something. I sat down and started listening to the lecture. I stayed the whole 90 minutes. And I got very quickly addicted. For the next week, it was just, this lecture, this theme, that theme of Sutapa Das. So I just became very attached to him, and I'm very glad that I'm here and I could be part of this auspicious ceremony. I'm with many of my illustrious godbrothers and godsisters. My special regards to all of you. And I'm with my bosom buddy, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj. We're actually like twins. I mean, we really are. We just love doing the same things together deep in the heart. And I'm with my favorite speaker in the whole universe, Jaya Maharaj. And also, I've never really associated with Maharaj here, but I think I'm going to get addicted too. I like your talk for him. Jayadvaita Maharaj, he speaks from the heart. I'm a scripted devotee. I always have a few notes, especially I struggle with the Sanskrit, So please forgive me if I have this big thing in front of me. But today, our Sutapa Das is entering into the renounced order of life, sannyas. The literal meaning of sannyas is complete renunciation. Actually, all of us are on the path of sannyas in the sense that by the time we die, as Maharaj was saying, we have to give up all our attachments to this world so that we can become fully attached to Krishna. But there comes a point in men's lives in particular where they can accept the formal sannyas, and that's really a complete sannyas. Sam in Sanskrit means complete, and nyasa means renunciation. So it's complete. There's no turning back. There's no turning back. When Srila Prabhupada gave my godbrother Satsvarup Maharaj his danda, it was very clear in the microphone. As he handed Satsvarup Maharaj his danda, he said, "Never look back and think you've left anything important behind. And never envy the position of the materialistic sense enjoyers." This is a dual instruction for sannyasis. And having heard that, I kept that in my heart. And I always remember that instruction, because we have to be ideal in our character and our practice as sannyasis, because we're up front. And people look to the movement, they judge the leaders by the movement. So it's a big responsibility. In Vedic culture, a sannyasi is also known as yati. The meaning of yati is yatate mokshaya. It means he who endeavors, yatate, for liberation. And this order of sannyas, it's existed in our Vedic culture since time immemorial. In fact, I was doing some research and I found that in the Upanishads, it's mentioned sannyas. In the Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad 241, it said, Yajnavalkya is speaking to his wife Maitreyi about leaving home. She wasn't too happy about it, but he was speaking in that way, which means that there is a sannyas order in our Upanishads, which are from time immemorial. But in my research, I was also seeing that some people say there's no tradition of Tridandi sannyasi in our Gaudiya Vaishnavism. I've come across, sometimes when I preach in universities, there's a student or a professor. There's no sannyas in your Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya. But it's not true. We have examples of Sri Gadadhar Pandit. He took a particular type of sannyas called Kshetra sannyas in Puri. Kshetra sannyas means that one doesn't travel like a Parivrajacharya, but he may still be Paramahamsa. He may be a topmost devotee, but he's chosen to stay in the kshetra, in that particular area, in a particular dham, for his own bhajan, and perhaps accepting some students. And also one of my great heroes, and maybe one of yours as well, Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati, Vrindavan Mahimamrita. He took sannyas in Vrindavan, also Kshetra sannyas. Now there's also an argument, just to make things interesting, that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur was not a true sannyasi because he took sannyas in an unusual way. Usually you take from a living sannyasi. That's how you take sannyas. But he took sannyas in an unusual way. He took sannyas in front of a photo of his Guru Maharaj. Gorkha Das Babaji. That's a well-known fact. So they say, oh, it's not a bona fide sannyas. He took sannyas in front of a photo. It's so unusual. But I was thinking, such persons, they need to read about the unusual sannyas of Sri Ramanujacharya from the Sri Sampradaya. In the Yati Raja Vaibhava Stotra of Sri Antapurana, I found in verse 50 the history of Sri Ramanujacharya's sannyas. Patnim Parit Yagya Savita Raga Sri Devarajam Pani Patyatasmat Turyasya Raman Sri Krita Van Dadosha Devo Pitasma Yati Varajanama. Speaking about Sri Ramanujacharya. Having given up his wife, he was firmly detached from all attachment. He surrendered himself to Lord Vardadharaj and accepted the sannyas ashram. The Lord, too, appeared before him and bestowed sannyas and gave him the name Yatiraj, king amongst the sannyasis. So this verse conclusively shows that Ramanujacharya received sannyas from the Lord himself. There's no mention he took the danda from a particular sannyasi. He was initiated by the Lord himself in a non-traditional way. And it's considered by all his followers and us as well as a bona fide sannyas. So no one should have any objections to the, you could say, non-traditional way of sannyas that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati accepted. Someone may say, but Ramanuja Acharya, he accepted sannyas from the Lord himself. How can Gorkha Das Babaji compare to the Lord? Well, our answer is that he's the bona fide representative of the Lord. He's the bona fide full representative of the Lord. Just like an ambassador to a particular country, he represents that country. If you offend him, you offend the country. If you please him, you please the country. So Sakshat Hari, Gorkha Das Babaji was a bona fide representative. And how much of a representative he was? Namo Gora Kisharya Sakshat Vairagya Murtaye. Vipalambara Sambudhe Padambujayate Namaha. Every time we do the initiation ceremony, this verse comes up and I start, whoa. I offer my respectful obeisances unto Gorkashore Das Babaji, who is renunciation personified. He's always merged in a feeling of separation and intense love for Krishna. So in effect, what was happening there was Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati was really reviving the tradition of taking sannyas. In our Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya, before that, renunciation meant Babaji. You put on white, and you would sit and you chant 190 rounds a day. Take a little buttermilk, like this. Live a very simple, austere life in the Dham. But we take sannyas for the purpose of giving up the responsibilities that Maharaj mentioned. Household life, he always does something like that. And so that we're free to preach, or from the Brahmacharya ashram. But that means because, at least in theory and hopefully in heart, you're finished with material life. You turn your back on material life and you face the sunshine of Krishna's mercy, and you take it and you distribute it far and wide. So that was Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati's purpose in taking the saffron cloth. Because in India, even today with all the degradation that's come, the chaos that's come to India, people still respect a person who's in saffron cloth. So many times as I'm traveling around, people come up and they'll offer obeisances, they'll offer flowers, it's still there. So for that reason, the white cloth was changed to the saffron cloth for the renunciation so they could go out and preach Krishna consciousness. And renunciation makes sannyasis good preachers because they're renounced. It's very hard to convince somebody of the futility of material life if you yourself are still somewhat entangled in the futility of material life. You have to be renounced so that when you speak about gradual renunciation, which is the general path for the mass of people, the natural way of life, we go through the various ashrams like that, you have to have experienced that yourself, that the joy of renunciation, so that you can give yourself to Krishna. In the Jabalo Upanishad, paragraph 5, I found there's a very interesting conversation between King Janaka and the sage Yajnavalkya. Yajnavalkya says, Yarahor eva virajat, tanahar eva paravarjat. The moment one feels detached from everything, one is ready for sannyas. May I see a show of hands who's feeling detached from everything in this world? And also our Sutapa Prabhu. He's ready for that. This is the sign. Yadahar eva virajat, tadahar eva prajat. The moment one feels detached from everything, one's ready for sannyas. And in Srimad Bhagavatam 11.9.37, there's also a definition of sannyas, a similar but simple phrase. Tyaga sannyasa uchate. Sannyas is nothing but renunciation. But again, our renunciation means we renounce for an active life of spreading Krishna consciousness. Now, in discussions about renunciation, sometimes the question arises, what exactly are we renouncing? Some philosophers say that we renounce the fruit of our acts, and others say we renounce the acts themselves. We become tyagis, living with, bark, covering our cloth is bark, and we eat the roots from the bottom of the trees. But Shri Vira Raghava Acharya, in his commentary to that particular verse, he says, Sannyasa karma phala tyagas, tyaga uchate natu karma tyaga. Sannyasa is actually renouncing the fruits of one's acts. It's not renouncing the acts themselves, just like Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And in turn, his glorious spiritual son, Srila Prabhupada. They could take anything, not something sinful, but anything in this world, utility is the principle, and turn it into preaching Krishna consciousness. For example, we see that Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, he rode in motor cars. In those days, you had to go barefoot everywhere as a sannyasi. He entertained in a grand way important British politicians and different types of people with a table spread of all different types of preparations and silver and glass. And is this sannyas? He wore Western shoes. Why? All for the purpose of impressing the British and getting them engaged in Krishna consciousness. And look around you, it worked. Now here's a sensitive point as regards sannyasa in modern times. I saw some comments online that seeing various sannyasis in our movement who have unfortunately left the sannyasa ashram, some devotees like to quote the following words of Srila Prabhupada in a room conversation on January 7th, 1977 in Bombay. This should be strictly outlawed. No more sannyasis. And those sannyasis who have fallen, you get them married. Whoa. But this statement, it should be taken according to time, place, and circumstance. For as Maharaj was so nicely describing, if we don't have the sannyas order in our society, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, we would be uprooting one of the ashrams in Varnashram Dharma. And since it was Srila Prabhupada himself who instructed us to maintain Varnashram Dharma in ISKCON, we often hear, he once said towards the end, I have not yet fulfilled 50% of my plan, establishing Varnashram Dharma, civilized society, how you organize. If we don't have that Varnashram Dharma, we can't fulfill Srila Prabhupada's dream for Krishna consciousness. So we rather want our sannyasis to always try to uphold the highest ideals in Krishna consciousness, and that we see. I don't know, there's so many sannyasis today, I think 40 or 50 or 60 or something. And all I'm hearing is wonderful results of their preaching. ISKCON has matured, and our men and ladies have matured, and we're actually becoming what Prabhupada wanted us to be. When he came to the West, he said he wanted to establish a Brahminical order. It wasn't easy in the beginning, but now we see that through the practice and the movement has spread and the infrastructure, we're producing very fine devotees of the Lord. Now, I was reading through and everywhere that a sannyasi's life is lonely. I'm trying to figure that one out. I hardly have any time for it. Only when I'm brushing my teeth in the morning am I looking at myself. It's not like that. But it's there in the Vedic scriptures. Because traditionally a sannyasi would live alone so that he didn't have to get distracted. I found a verse in the Daksha Smriti, 735, that a sannyasi should stay alone. Eko bhikshur yato tastu dvachaiva mitunam smritam tvayo guramas tatakyatta udvam tu naga rayate. I thought it was a really interesting verse. In actuality, a sannyasi is alone. 2 sannyasis are considered as good as a household couple. Three become known as a village.
Martha will take you over a wife any day.
And 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, is known as a town. Welcome to our Hare Krishna village. So there, again, that's time, place, and circumstance.
5 will be a city.
5 will be a city. All right. Sutapa Prabhu, we're going to say. However, there's a higher consideration here, and that is our society, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. We come together under the banner of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Krishna Varnam Tvisha Krishnam Shangupanga Shaparshadam Yagnai Sankirtan Prayari Shantihi Shumeda Shaha. We're not meant to be alone in this age. No man is an island unto himself. In spiritual life, in Kali Yuga, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sankirtan movement, we come together as a congregation and we chant very loudly, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Rama Hare
Mahaprabhu said ultimately we're not brahmacharis, grihastras, vanapasas, sannyasis. We're just the eternal servants, humble servants of the Supreme Lord. So we come together, our identity as part of this great Sankirtan movement, we come together and we chant together. Jiva Goswami says in Bhakti Sandarbha Anucheta 269, Bahubir milita kritanam sankirtanam iti uchate. When many devotees get together, then only it is known as Sankirtan. And I remember one time in Vrindavan, two of my sannyasi godbrothers, they asked Prabhupada, can we be together? Because we heard we're supposed to be alone. So Prabhupada's answer was, if two sannyasis can accomplish more together than by preaching individually, yes. One time, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he said, Indraduna Maharaj, you're going to travel with me. He didn't say no to Goswami Maharaj. You're going to travel with me. He said, I'll give the lectures and you try to be like Vishnu Jan and you lead the kirtan. So in our movement we have this principle of higher consideration. Traditionally there's many restrictions in the various varnas and ashramas, but there's a higher principle involved so we can make an adjustment. In Hari Bhakti Vilas 453 it says, Ato nishtidakam yad yad vachanam shruyate shputam avaishnava param tad vigniyam tattva darshibi. Therefore, whatever is mentioned as forbidden in the scriptures is to be understood mainly to be pertaining to non-Vaishnavas. To take this all in proper context. So this verse in Hari Bhakti Vilas is in the context, actually it's referring to Sudras or ladies who, about worshipping the Shalagram Shila, because traditionally in Vedic culture, Sudras and ladies were not allowed to worship the Shila. However, if they're initiated Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, Hari Bhakti Vilas welcomes them. Worship the Shalagram Shila. Now one should not think that by adjusting some rules according to time, place, and circumstances, because we have to adjust, we wear Western dress. Sannyasis. That never happened before. When I first went to Russia, I had to wear a wig. It took me like 6 hours in the store to find the one I liked. And then I put on a 3-piece suit to go into Russia. This is 1988, full communist. And I bought a briefcase, and I probably shouldn't say this publicly, but I put in 2 bottles of gin and some Johnny Walker whiskey. Such a sinful sannyasi. No, because I was convinced that if the KBG caught me, they wouldn't think I was a monk, because I had vodka and gin. And so we shouldn't think that by adjusting some rules for the higher purpose that we'll fall into sin. For example, a sannyasi in Vedic culture is not allowed to cross the ocean. That's a no-no, because, well, you go to Britain and France and America, it's a Yavana Desh, Malaysia Desh. However, we do it because Prabhupada did it. He's the ideal sannyasi. He came to America and preached Krishna consciousness. So because we have this higher consideration. Now Jiva Goswami quotes a verse spoken by Krishna in the Padma Purana. He quotes it in Bhakti Sandarbha Anucheta 148. It's really nice. Man nimitam kritam papam api shemaya kalpate mam andritya dharmaophi papam syan papa pravataha. Any so-called sin committed for my sake, Krishna, is actually religiosity, whereas any so-called religiosity which disrespects and ignores me is sin. And in Srimad Bhagavatam, of course, we hear the story of how those perfect Brahmins were following all the rules and regulations of Varnashram Dharma, and when the Gopas came and asked them for rice, they said no. However, the wives of the Brahmanas overstepped the boundaries of their duties, and they gave prasad to Krishna and Balaram. By doing something that their husbands had not agreed to, they were overstepping their Varnashram duties. However, we glorify the behavior of those wives of the Brahmanas. We don't look down upon them. Because even though they were wives of Brahmanas, they disobeyed their husbands, they did something for Krishna's service. So for us, seva is more important principle than dharma. Actually, seva is our dharma. And even if a sannyasi takes some risk and oversteps the boundaries by wearing a wig and carrying gin, I'm trying to get out of it now. Shastra says there's no harm for him as long as he's maintaining his ashram properly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. And there's a verse from the Vishnu Sahasra Nam that I found, quoted in Jiva Goswami's commentary on Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. He has a commentary on Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu. Ma Vasudeva Bhaktanam Ashubham Vidyate Kvachit. There is nothing inauspicious in relationship to the devotees of Lord Vasudeva. That's all of you. Please give yourself a big round of applause. Your lives are fully auspicious. So in conclusion, today, our dear Sitaprabhu, he's receiving a mantra, a sannyas mantra. This mantra is given in the Shamskara Deepika of Gopal Bhatta Goswami. It's there in black and white. It's not a secret mantra, but it's only meant for sannyasis. I will not repeat it here, but it means, I offer myself to Gopi Bhavasraya. So who's Gopi Bhavasraya? Who's the sannyasi offering himself to? Well, the meaning of the term Gopi Bhavasraya is Gopi Bhava Ashrayo Yasya, according to our acharyas. He who is sheltered in Gopi Bhav. But it can also mean Gopi Bhav Vasya Ashraya, he who is the shelter of Gopi Bhav. So my conclusion, and consulting our GBC Shastri committee, is that in both these cases it's referring to Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu Ki. Since he's the only person who is most situated for this name, Gopi Bharaya. So I understand the mantra as follows. Although you won't hear the mantra, we have the mantra. We do have the Hare Krishna mantra, it's enough. But today Sutapa's receiving that mantra, so I'm just concluding with a little talk about it. We understand as sannyasis, the mantra that he will receive today from his illustrious spiritual master, Kadamba Kanana Maharaj, is, I offer myself to Gauranga, who is the shelter of Gopi Bhav, and who is himself sheltered in Gopi Bhav. So we wish Sutapa Das soon to have another name. All the best in his upholding his sannyas dharma, setting the best example in sannyas life. And no doubt, others will become addicted to his lectures, as I have been, and he will spread his good fortune all over the world. Hare Krishna. Thank you.
His Holiness Indrajumna Swami Maharaj ki. Prabhu, our next speaker is not a Maharaja. He is our minister and director of book distribution. Not one single book is distributed in the UK Yatra without his sanctioning. And so we welcome His Grace Vishwambar Prabhu.
Haribo.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. On ceremonies like this, usually I don't prepare myself eloquently like Indrajumna Swami expressed his beautiful heart to all of us. It was really beautiful. But I speak from the heart. I'm not academic. I'm not a philosopher. I'm not advanced devotee. I'm just a book distributor. I just want to ask all of you, Anyone who loves Sutapa, please raise your hands and say big Haribol. Sutapa Prabhu, this is the blessings that I invoked on your behalf. I tried to put something. Anyway, Sutapa Prabhu is, you could say there is a beautiful phenomena called adopting, children. I've adopted Sutapa Prabhu as my own son. Actually, I've got so many godson. They call me a godfather, but Sutapa Prabhu is the senior most one. He's a very good friend with my son Gauranga. My son Gauranga loves him. Unfortunately, he's working today, but he conveyed his love to you. He's been in our house many times. We like to feed him. And I have to say a few things. I'm not going to quote any Shastra. Today, like Indrajuna Swami said, he doesn't know Sutapa Prabhu, but you hate to write on the nail. But today I know Sutapa Prabhu. So I want to speak a little bit about him. A few days ago, usually before I get out of the car to distribute Bhagavad Gita, is my favorite book. I open the book at random and I see what Lord Krishna is going to tell me. So I try to get empowered by the book before I distribute it. It was about 4 or 5 days ago, and I came across on the 18th chapter, 1857. I'm sure you know the verse. Cetasa sarva karmani mai sannyasi matpara buddhi yogi uprashityam machita satatam bhava. Like Jayadvaita Swami said before, and also endorsed by Indrajumna Swami, that Lord Krishna says that in all activities, just depend on me and act always under my protection. In this devotional service, be always conscious of me. So it really struck me. That's what it means, a sannyasi. I remember Sutapa Prabhu coming in my house with a group of brahmachari 20, 25 years ago. I was in the middle of the marathon, and they delivered 2 pallets of Bhagavatam or Gita, I can't remember. And at the end, all the brahmachari, they went back in the barn, because they felt the labor. I was very grateful, but he came to me and he said, Vishwambara Prabhu, he was a Bhakta Sandip at that time. Vishwambara Prabhu, please pray for me that I become a sincere book distributor. And like you, he said, and I felt, I felt that so much sincerity from his heart. And I never offered him any training. I've trained many devotees distributing books. But Sutapa Prabhu never. You may wonder why. Because you don't empower someone merely by training that person. Technical training, it's not the empowerment. That's material. You cannot empower someone by training that person. But the person can empower himself by the humility. And we say that a new broom always sweeps better. And usually new devotees, they do very well. But then as soon as they start to advance positions and then changing dress, they feel like Napoleon on the white horse, they look down all the other. But Sutapa Prabhu, he was always humble. And there is a say in Italian, those who praise themselves will be humbled, and those who humbles themselves will be praised. Today is the day that I want to praise you, Sutapa Prabhu, because you never changed in your attitude as a devotee. He's always, every time before the marathon, he's the catalyst person, so many projects and books, very fast. I'm the chairman of the book distribution committee for UK and Europe, and he's the best in our committee. In 2 minutes, he drafts the schedule for the Sankirtan festival. It's usually big headache. It used to take me days with other devotees. But very expert manager. He started the school of bhakti and he passed it on. He wrote many books and he gives the credit to his spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. And he took book distribution of Bhaktivedanta Manor on a very high level. And he passed it on. You could see the renunciation follows his devotion. And in Europe, during Brahma Muhurta, he used to ask me, because England, it's actually, UK is leading the Europe in book distribution. That's a good news for all of you. Sutapa Prabhu, he took to heart, a little from a lot. He built a huge army, a little from everyone. So Brahma Muhurta asked me, what is the secret of success for UK? Because we give huge BBT remittance every year. And I very proudly, I would say, I have a special secret. I have this devotee called Sutapa. And the manor is the greatest muscle for book distribution for Europe. And not only that, I was very proud to tell the committee on the ELM meetings, and he's my boy, Sutapa. He's such a wonderful devotee, and he's actually not by chance from a great lineage. He's got his grand spiritual master. For me, he's my hero. Jayadvaita Swami is like the Bhishma Deva of ISKCON. Bhishma Deva, gave up everything. No kingdom, no kingship, no women, no married life. But he did his duty to serve Hastinapur. And Jayadvaita Swami, he serves ISKCON and Srila Prabhupada. In a very renowned, he's actually the embodiment of renunciation. Lord Chaitanya said, na janam, nadanam, na sundarim, no women, no money, give up these things, and no followers. Even at the position of a guru, he's never seeked for followers. But he's very smart, Jayadvaita Swami. He made one disciple amongst the few of them that he's making thousands of disciples all over the world. Kadamba Kanana Swami. And that's like Srila Gaurkishore Babaji Maharaj. He didn't want any followers, but he made one disciple, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta, that on his behalf. So he's doing so much preaching, Jayadvaita Swami, without preaching. Anyway, today you're very fortunate. You have the presence of Indrajuna Swami, who is, just by his presence, he makes devotees. What to speak about when he starts to sing or speak. So we are very fortunate, all of you, all of us, that we are in this family. Please give your blessings today to Sutapa Prabhu, because he's a special devotee. from my heart, I wanted to be here today. I usually go out on Sankirtan on Sunday. It's my best day of the week. But today I got a phone call and they invited me to speak, and I said, yes, I have to be there. And I wish you, he's got so much love in his heart, in his chest. Not just for the devotees, but also for the conditioned souls. There is a say, if you, to serve people, you have to love people. So he serves what he loves. Of course, he's understood, you don't see Krishna at the moment, but you see the devotees, you see the conditioned souls. So if you don't learn to love what you see, you can never learn to love what you don't see. So that's Sutapa Prabhu. He's a lover of the devotees, a lover. He's got fine taste for book distribution. Every marathon, even now, he's changing his eyes. He's a sannyasi, more advanced than me, but still he phones me up, Vishwambar Prabhu, I am with my team in Manchester, and please give us your blessings that we can survive this marathon. The humility is still there. All of us is a lesson for me. No matter how advanced we become, no matter what ashram we are in, we should never forget the blessings and the respect for the authorities and for our spiritual masters. So thank you very much, and I will pass the floor to someone else. Hare Krishna.
His Grace Vishwambar Prabhu ki. Dear devotees, our next speaker is indeed our spiritual master, our guru, for he has been here for many, many years, and without him, nothing would happen here at the temple. And we are so very, very indebted to him. That's why we've left the best till the last. And of course, he's an Englishman, not an Italian. His Grace Kripamaya Moya Prabhu ki.
Hare Krishna, everyone. What a morning. I do many weddings, and no one shows up. And now I heard there's a wedding. A man will be wedded to God and a stick. And 1,000 people turn up. Sutapa. I've always wanted to do this. Hello, Wembley. Thank you. Always been a desire of mine. So the village of Wembley, they say it takes a village to raise a child. It certainly takes a village to raise a sannyasi. Just as in our hearts, there's a little bit of Sutapa through his smile, his books, his speaking, his kirtan, his gentle guidance over the years. I think it's fair to say, everyone, there's a little bit of each of us in Sutapa. Sutapa knows that he would not have reached this place without our encouragement, guidance, friendship, and today, especially, our blessings. So we raise our right hand and we gesture towards Sutapa Prabhu and we say, Om, Sutapa, Prabhu, Mangalani, Bhavantu. So now, having declared that there's a little bit of us in you, you owe us. We own you. There's a bit of a problem. Britain has created 12 sannyasis. 12 sannyasis have graced the soil of the British Yatra. And what have we done? We've exported every single one of them. We've given them away. You might say, sannyas is a very good British export. That's left us with a problem. We don't have one sannyasi who is regularly, always, in the United Kingdom. And I would like to humbly suggest that all of us now, please ask Sutapa, don't leave us. Please stay with us. Wherever you go, come back home. What is sannyas? Ramanujacharya asked his disciple Yadava Prakash to write a book, a handbook on sannyas. He produced the Yati Dharma Samuchaya 1,000 years ago as a handbook on how to practice sannyas. Much of it is to help a man who has spent all his life in householder life to give up, to detach, to renounce, to stay free from homes, money, followers, and clothing and comfortable food. This is what you will find in that book. But when Srila Bhaktisiddhanta reinstigated the sannyas order for the Gaudiya Vaishnavas, he made a distinction. He said that any sannyas that is not for Krishna is falgu. Phalu means fruit, and gu means no. So fruitless. I have a nice garland on. It's got roses. Anybody eaten a rose fruit? You know how delicious a rose fruit is? How sweet, how juicy, how tasty? No, you don't, because there's no such thing. A rose looks very nice, but it doesn't produce fruit. Similarly, tyaga or vairagya, which is not dedicated to Krishna, the Supreme Person, produces no fruit. Therefore it is falgu vairagya. Rupa Goswami has decided to illuminate us by saying that the real term is yukta vairagya, or appropriate renunciation. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur wrote a magazine, the Nadia Prakash. Every day it would be published. And on its masthead, just like the Back to Godhead magazine had a masthead, God had his light, nescience his darkness. And he wrote a modern Bengali version of Rupa Goswami's Falgu Vairagya verse. And it went everywhere. Because he wanted to show that proper renunciation is that if something can be used in Krishna's service, it should be. However, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has also said, na dhanam, na janam, na sundarim. But when someone takes sannyas in our movement, he often initiates. Srila Prabhupada he took sannyas and then went on a preaching tour to Kanpur, Agra, and Bharatpur and different places. At the end of his very excellent class, someone came forward and said, Swamiji, will you initiate us? He said, oh yes. And the head of the Mutt, the Maharaj who had given Srila Prabhupada sannyas said, he said, oh, at the moment, Swamiji, I am initiating. And Prabhupada said, oh, you've got me married, now I cannot have any children? In other words, na dhanam, na janam, na sundarim, no followers, no wealth, no money. But at the same time, a sannyasi in ISKCON receives many followers, much wealth. Many people are attracted to him. So I just want to caution you that a sannyasi is not a brahmachari. If you go up to Sutapa after the ceremony has concluded and you slap him on the back, that is a breach of maryad. Maryad means the new rules that he will be following. If you give him your baby in order to take a cute picture that is a breach of his maryad. At the same time as having an interest in his future life, we also should be protecting him, helping him, keeping him strong. And he will appreciate that. And the love between us as grihastas and those about to become grihastas and the sannyas order will be preserved very nicely. In conclusion, I just want to read something that Prabhupada has said about sannyas. He said, he was in Vrindavan, and he said, sannyasis should go on preaching, 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 preaching. Getting this? Practically, I was sitting here in Vrindavan, in Radha Damodar temple. So at the age of 70 years, nobody goes out, at least from Vrindavan, nobody goes out at the age of 70 years. But Krishna asked me. I thought that I must go. Guru Maharaj wanted it. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, let me try. So if I had not gone, this institution would not have developed. So this is practical. Mahata nirvicharanam. Mahatma, they must move. So when there is absolute necessity, they may stay. Otherwise, they must move. Move on, move on, move on, move on. No staying. That is the principle. And it means that sannyasis must travel. Because Prabhupada here does not say that they have to travel internationally. Taking sannyas in ISKCON does not mean that you have to go and preach in Zimbabwe. It's a nice country, but Britain is also a nice country. In conclusion, I conclude by offering my pranams to Sutapa. Thank you for enlivening us all over many years with your erudite classes, your enthusiasm, your wit, and your strong preaching. Ramanujacharya said there's only two things that should be white on a sannyasi. He said one is his Brahmin thread and the other is his teeth. Sutapa's smile has captured many hearts, as has his steady stream of well-written and illustrated books, isn't it? He's given himself to others. Sutapa Prabhu, you've been a powerful presence here in this yatra, and we're all very happy to be here this morning witnessing this next stage of your life. Please continue to guide us into the next stage of ours. May Lord Krishna guide you always. Hare Krishna.
His Grace Kripamoya Prabhu ki. Dear devotees, our former temple president, His Grace Shruti Dharma Prabhu, is exceptionally attached to Sutapa's Prabhu. Very, very attached. For due to his continuous encouragement, pushing, Sutapa Prabhu is where he is at. Even when we were taking care of His Grace at the annexed property of ours, and we all had various shifts to perform. And many a times, Sutapa Prabhu's shift would be possibly after me. And Prabhuji would say to me, "Where's Sutapa?" And I would say, "Oh, Shruti Prabhu, I'm here." And then he would say, in Gujarati, "Na tu nahi." So some 25 odd years ago, His Grace Shruti Dharma Prabhu realized the potential of this young boy from Wembley. And hence from there, Shruti Prabhu became his Siksha Guru. And of course, Prabhu's Maharajas Where there is Shrutidharma Prabhu, there is Pranabandhu Prabhu. And as we speak here, he is in the US. But he has sent his little message. Dear Maharajas, assembled Vaishnavas, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. It gives me great pleasure, feeling very proud to be given an opportunity to offer a few words about this great soul, Sutapa Das. On this auspicious occasion of his sannyas ceremony, today is the outer celebration of his inner cultivation. This devotee, from the onset, from the word go, continues to live and give the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. With his Vyashatmika Buddhi, single-minded determination sadhana, seva and sankirtan has been his life. Purity, his hallmark, and inspiration to us all. Today is a celebration of our mission, for we recognize this devotee as a powerful, loyal leader, a man of integrity, who is destined to achieve so much more in the UK. It's not that I'm saying that. With his excellence in teaching, empathy in connection, and enduring character, we know that the mission is in capable hands. Today is a celebration of location. I know that Wembley is famous for football, but little did I know that it would become a hub of spirituality, having produced 3 beautiful luminaires, His Holiness Atmavedan Swami, His Grace Shrutidharma Prabhu, and today, His Holiness Sutapa Swami. Each one having given this one life to Krishna and Srila Prabhupada. Sutapa Prabhu, you continue to recognize and are always grateful for the hard works of previous generations, which have provided a solid foundation on which to build the future. I hope and pray that may the enthusiasm of your Tridandi lead the British Yatra to further the avenues of Krishna consciousness. All glories to His Holiness, Sutapa Prabhu, Hare Krishna. His servant, Pranabandhu Das. And now, Prabhus, we have a truly unique video recording message of His Holiness Shivaram Swami Maharaj, whom we are exceptionally indebted to for what we have here at present. The facilities and everything that we have here at the manor is very much due to his mercy, due not only his mercy, Prabhupada is there, but his guidance for many, many years. And we now wish to have his recording being played. Thank you. I told you, Prabhus, it's our karma. And Yogi Prabhu is rushing up to make sure that the audio happens.
Maharishibi Aham Tarishari Durantaparam Tamo Mukundangri Vishayvayaiva. And here the essence of this verse is that one can cross over this ocean of material existence simply by being firmly fixed in the service of the lotus feet of Mukunda, of Lord Krishna. And while today the sannyas is what we would call varnashram sannyas, that here Sutapa Prabhu is really entering into that fourth order of life, the renounced order. But the renounced order is available for anyone in any ashram and of any gender. Not formally, ladies cannot formally take sannyas and have a danda and dress like that. But Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Anashita karma palyam karam karam karoti yasa sannyasi chayogi chach niragnena chatriya. That real sannyas is to be free from the results of enjoying the results of one's work and to dedicate the fruit of one's labors in love and devotion to Krishna. Then sasanyasi chayogicha. That person is a sannyasi. The sannyas is an internal thing. The external aspect of it is certainly there and plays an important role in a social framework, but in terms of spiritual advancement, it's what's inside that really counts. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is being described as apaniya chari koriya prachar. That being fixed in service really means two things. One thing is to preach, and the other thing is to practice. Prachar, achar. And this Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did. He traveled all over India, and he preached extensively. But at the same time, he also absorbed himself in the practice of Krishna consciousness, in chanting Hare Krishna, and the Nam Sankirtan that he appeared to also distribute. So preaching, Srila Prabhupada expected that preaching meant results. There was a discussion where Prabhupada is talking about devotees traveling and preaching and giving classes in the temple. But then Srila Prabhupada says, but then what's the result? What's the result of that class? Srila Prabhupada was a very result-oriented person. He wanted to see that, yes, there should be results. So one is not simply taking sannyas in order to receive respect from others, to be invited for lunch and so on, to receive dakshina, but someone is taking sannyas in order to serve Krishna, to increase his service to Krishna, increase making devotees, spreading the holy name of the Lord, writing books, distributing books. These are the real business of the sannyasi. And preaching really also means to set a real example for our Krishna consciousness movement, for ISKCON, to set the example that ultimately spiritual life is about renunciation. And wherever one is now, currently in devotional life, sarvadharmam parityaja. So Krishna is speaking this to all of us. He wants all of us to give up everything, and exclusively mamekam sharanam, and just to depend upon him. Right in the very beginning of Krishna consciousness movement, practically at its inauguration, Prabhupada already started giving sannyas. And even though there was a sort of a high mortality rate, I mean mortality by not sticking to the ashram, mortality in the ashram sense, not in terms of death of the body. In Srila Prabhupada's time, he continued to do that because there's a need for devotees to see that, yes, this is our goal. Our goal is renunciation. So that example needs to be there. And the other is practice. Devotees need to really be exemplary in terms of their sadhana, and they need to be an inspiration for the rest of the society in terms of their knowledge of Shastra, how they present Shastra, not staid lectures and repetitive lectures, but actually realized lectures based upon deep study of Srila Prabhupada's books, at least Srila Prabhupada's books. They should be well known, as Prabhupada would say, like the back of your hand. Know it like the back of your hand. Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, because ultimately, once again, an inspiration for ISKCON society by showing the content of Srila Prabhupada's books, which is fully realized, transcendental knowledge that can actually elevate us and take us back home, back to Godhead. So this inspiration is common, as I see it, to both preaching and to practice as far as it relates to our Krishna consciousness movement. An example of this renunciation we have right there, for instance, in Vishaka Devi. She's not taken sannyas, but her husband is on one part of the world, she's on the other part of the world. They're both doing very important service and fully depending on Krishna. So this is what's needed, and this type of example is what needs to be there. Ideal sadhana, because the tendency will be there with grihastas that they neglect their sadhana. What does really Krishna consciousness mean? Krishna consciousness is not just about a minimum of 16 rounds, but it's about, as I mentioned, deep study of Srila Prabhupada's books. And to be able to present where is it that Krishna consciousness is really taking us. What does Krishna consciousness really mean? So Krishna consciousness, going back home, back to Godhead, this has a particular goal. That goal will be sort of embodied in Sutapa Prabhu's mantra that he's also going to receive. We call it the Gopi Bhav mantra or the Sannyas mantra. But it points to the perfection of becoming a follower of the residents of Vrindavan, whether that be gopis or gopas. But we all need to prepare ourselves for that. And the sannyasi is the person who's meditating upon this tattva, this truth, this ultimate goal. That becomes part of their meditation. Of course, Brahmins are already meditating on that when they're chanting Gayatri mantra, when they're chanting Gopal mantra and Kama Gayatri mantra. So these things are already meditation upon service to Krishna through his eternal liberated associates. So these are really very important things to inspire our society for, because ultimately we may spread Krishna consciousness all over the world, but people have to see the result. What is the result of someone practicing Krishna consciousness for 20, 30, 40, 50 years? How much have they also imbibed that love of God, which we talk about so much as the ultimate goal of this practice? And when our movement is successful in presenting those type of examples, not that it is not successful and that those examples are not there, but it is the sannyasi's duty to actually also embody that and encourage others to become real lovers of Krishna, in Srila Prabhupada's words, being mad for Krishna. I was asked to speak for 10 minutes. My little clock here says it's 11 minutes and 29 seconds. I won't take any more of your time. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Sutapa Prabhu ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
His Holiness Shivaram Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Before we humbly request Kadamba Kanana Maharaj to speak, we have a humble request to have a short Kirtan, after which we'll hear from His Holiness Kadamba Swami. Thank you. Kirtan Prabhus, Kirtan.
Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nitinamine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini, Nirvishesha Shuniva. Shatadishta. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
His Holiness Kadamba Maharaj ki.
Om Jnana Timanandasya Gyanandana Salakya Shakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Vande Gurun Isa Bhaktam Isa Avatarakam Isam Isa Avatarakam Tat Prakasam Tat Shakti Chaitanya Samgyakam. I first of all offer my obeisances to my spiritual masters, my initiating spiritual master, who has kindly come and is gracing this occasion and has preached very powerfully in so many ways, and particularly established Siddhanta everywhere, and has reminded us of the true duties in life. His words pierced my heart and reinforced and improved the little bit of dedication I somehow or other got by Devotees Association to Srila Prabhupada's mission and service. He has greatly reinforced that in me and kindly given me sannyas and showered me with endless blessings. That's the only reason that I'm sitting here today. Otherwise, I would be just an ordinary man. In the Jumna Maharaj, I've never understood why he's been so kind to me all these years. It's been amazing, because Maharaj has such a generous heart that it is just incredible how much he can give. From him, more than anything, I learned about giving, real Vaishnav generosity, giving yourself, giving your heart, giving your everything, and then give a little more. And Maharaj does that with so much expertise and so much charm, and he can charm anyone. I've seen it many times. I've seen him charm the mayor of Durban. Mr. Mayor, I wanted to make this festival a great success. I wanted to make a festival where all communities could be present, but I failed. No, Mr. Swami. No, please. It's very difficult. No, next year the city will pay for the entire festival. I go, how did he do it? It's just inconceivable. So we all know about the miracles of Indra Maharaj because he writes about them. I won't make any further comments about that. And Dayananda Maharaj, yes, has been here for many years in the UK, has preached to the devotees, to the community, so many people who need inspiration. And Dayananda Maharaj has long-standing relationships in the UK. So I think he's one of the sannyasis who hasn't left the UK. I think he's still here, sometimes traveling, but very much here with deep roots that will never go away. So, Vande Gurun, I offer my obeisances to all my spiritual masters. There are many. And of course, the spiritual master of all of us, Srila Prabhupada. On this day, clearly, I am speaking here as Sutapa's spiritual master. The previous speakers have defined what sannyas is really meant to be. We have heard how it is part of the Vedic Varna ashram. We have heard that anasrita karma phalam has been, a Bhagavad Gita verse 6.1 has been quoted 3 times, right? Maybe 4. I think even in the Jumna Maharaj quoted it at one point. So I think all clearly offering the fruits of our activities to the service of the Supreme Lord, the mission of the spiritual master. So I will not repeat. I will not go there. Indra Maharaj did a level of research which was very impressive. Not only was it like a lot of substantial verse after verse, and it was just Maharaj became in the last few years a real researcher. Yeah? I mean, during COVID time he focused on Vrindavan, started to research, and now he just shone that same light on this sannyas. You was like, phew, where did he get all that? When did he do all that? Where did he find the time to research all this? And brought us many wonderful verses. I think Sutapa should ask Maharaj to give him those quotes. I mean, that's something. And I'll take him from you as well. Yes. We can. I started with a verse from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Vande Gurun Isa Bhaktam Isam Isa Avatarakam. Because I wanted to particularly look at sannyas from that perspective, from the perspective of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his mission. Because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement, although rooted in Vedic culture, at times is transcendental to Vedic culture. And the sannyas is that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself showed by example, certainly embraces the Vedic principles of being very renounced and very detached. He would sleep just on the ground, right? We remember past times where Jagadananda Pandit wanted to offer more comfort, and he was not ready to accept. And many other examples of his very extraordinary example of renunciation. Nonetheless, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's sannyas was clearly not based on renunciation. His sannyas was based on something much deeper. When we see the description of the sannyas ceremony of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, we see that when he received the name and the danda, that at that point, all the love of God that had been bottled up for all that time within his heart just burst. And everyone was looking, such a handsome young man taking sannyas. Oh, the ladies were thinking, he is real good marriage material. I thought I'd bring that up because some may think our Sutapa is also real good marriage material. He's tall, like Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He's handsome, has all these good qualities on the material plane, which are an austerity for a sannyasi. Better be ugly. As I said, I thought about it, how shall I speak? And I thought I should speak as a spiritual master in the sense of Sutapa's spiritual master, and also speak in his interest. Kripa Mahaprabhu brought something up about protection. Yes, ladies, my humble request is keep a respectful distance, please. Give him some space too. I know he's very inspiring, but at a distance. Give him the chance to grow, to survive, and to lead this yatra and many devotees to greater heights in their devotional service. Although we've heard his good qualities, and I'm the first to recognize his strength, in this age of Kali, no one is strong. Everyone is fundamentally weak. Otherwise, what are we doing in this age? Right? Therefore, considering that, our true protection lies in taking shelter. Srila Prabhupada, as our founder Acharya, as our living example of pure love of God, of prema bhakti, as the true representative of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mercy, as the external manifestation of the Super Soul. Srila Prabhupada is the very strength of this movement. Therefore, I pray that Sutta Prabhu may always be known as as a real Prabhupada man. That's something. I got a little bit of that mood in Vrindavan, where Srila Prabhupada is so present. I somehow or other joined in the Krishna Balaram temple in Vrindavan. And so in my first few days in Krishna consciousness, everything was Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Wherever you look, there was Krishna. But after a while, I began to see in this temple, Srila Prabhupada is even more present than Krishna. And I could see, this is truly the very essence of this movement. And this grew deeper in my heart. And I thought of myself, well, I'm a Prabhupada man. When I made the formal connection with my spiritual master, Srila Jaya Swami Maharaj, then I realized I'm not a Prabhupada man at all. And I'm still learning at his lotus feet. But I let this sampradaya continue. Let us be Prabhupada man. That would be Sannyas, a danda, is like an amplifier. Right? It's like you carry this danda and suddenly whatever you are becomes amplified. Suddenly everyone listens to what you say. Before, no one ever listened. Suddenly, maybe some listened, but now suddenly so many more. Your words will be recorded. They will be played by those who have not even taken birth yet. Right? It goes that far. So my spiritual master taught me that he says, before he speaks, he says, I'm trying to say something bona fide. Right? So that's something. Try to say something bona fide. These are some thoughts that come to my mind on this day. Of course, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's sannyas. We could see from the Chaitanya Charitamrita where Nimai Pandit was being disrespected by proud Brahmana boys, and where he felt that that what to do now? How can I deliver them? Then he thought, yes, they still have some respect for the sannyas ashram. So he took sannyas, and he even took Ekadanda sannyas, because socially that was the respected type of sannyas at the time. Although he clearly established Krishna Matiras too, that Krishna that he was a Vaishnava sannyasi, that Krishna was his goal. So it's been established that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took sannyas for the purpose of preaching. In the Chaitanya Mangal, there is a little bit of another narrative where Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu got up, Vishwambar, got up in the middle of the night from bed. And as he went for the door, his mother was blocking the door. And as his mother was blocking the door, she said, "You're going to take sannyas." He didn't deny it. Then an argument unfolded. She gave many, many reasons why not. And it became a huge debate. Then, in conclusion, he said, Mother, is it true? Is it true that a son should go out in the world, make a fortune, and bring it back to his parents? She said, yes, that is true. He said, then I must go out into the world and make the fortune of love of God, and then I'll return and bring it back to you. Then she didn't know what to say anymore, and she stood there, and he slipped past her, and that's how he managed to leave. So it's true, these dual purposes are there. Just preaching for the sake of preaching, just propaganda is good. Let's have more propaganda about Krishna consciousness. But we see Srila Prabhupada, who deeply, deeply realized every word that he preached. Not only was he faithful, very faithful in repeating scripture. I find it amazing sometimes to see the examples Srila Prabhupada uses, right, from scripture, considering that he was a householder for so many years, business. Then you think, well, did he have time to read? Right? Clearly he did, because you cannot at the end of your life read and then give lectures that are so close to the Bhagavatam, that just so faithful, using the example of the Bhagavatam. So, in that way, Srila Prabhupada clearly is the very faithful representative of the scriptures of the previous acharyas. But then he realized every word of what he preached. It's just all there in his heart. And that kept him very, very deep. We also see that although Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu followed the rules of Varna Ashram strictly, we also see that the verse Naham Vipra Nachanarapati Napi Vaishana Sudra Naham Varnina Sagriyapati Novanasti Yatir Va Kintu Projana Kila Paramanam Ritabdir Gopi Bhartapada Kamalayar Dasana Dasana Das, that he is also going on that other level of pure, unalloyed devotional service. So sannyas is certainly also for that. Etam sastaya paratmanistam. It begins with this nista. That's the minimum requirement, right? This firm determination must be there. Otherwise, firm determination to make whatever Krishna desires the priority. Not my personal desires, no, what Krishna desires, the priority. But nista is still thin ice, very thin. It's a very thin foundation. To take sannyas on nista alone is lonely. Sannyasi goes alone, but when the foundation of his spiritual life is very thin, then these vows become very narrow. Then the vows become heavy. Therefore, that nista position is not good enough. One has to go further. One has to, yes, then we hear about ruchi, and we hear about taste. We hear about ashakti, we hear about deep attachment and all that. Now, again, I lived somehow or other by Krishna's grace a long time in Vrindavan. So topics of Raganuga Bhakti are daily discussions in Vrindavan. This is between, in breakfast, between bites, a regular everyday thing. Raganuga, the love of the gopis. You hear about it in every corridor. It's just whatever they talk about, Vrindavan, Vrajabhumi. And yeah, but who are we to go there? Very difficult, very difficult. Very hard to actually really go there to the level of spontaneous attraction to Krishna. Sannyas out of duty, that is a precarious position. However, when we preach, when we selflessly preach Krishna consciousness, then the mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is upon us. Srila Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Thakur in his Anubhasya on the Chaitanya Charitamrita is explaining that we should not worship Krishna to the exclusion of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and that we should not worship Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to the exclusion of Krishna. We turn to Sankirtan. We turn to widely sharing the mercy. We try as much as we can to be an instrument of the mercy of the Lord, the previous acharyas. And we widely try to distribute this knowledge. One new sannyasi asked Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj how to keep your balance in the sannyas ashram. Maharaj replied, said, "You're asking the most unbalanced person." He said, "But I have only one thought. I try to touch as many hearts as I can. Then Krishna takes care of the base." Yes. So let us somehow or other get absorbed in this preaching vigorously, truthfully and honestly, according to the level that we have attained. And it is through that preaching that we will wind up gaining more than we had before, as Chaitanya Charitamrita mentions. And then we can take that back to Krishna. And then gradually we will grow and our taste will awaken. I'm seeing that in the association of the exalted sannyasis that we are with today. So this is our meditation. I was thinking furthermore today about the Bhagavatam, and I was thinking about the third canto. And in the third canto of Bhagavatam, we have the beginning of the creation, and there is Lord Brahma, and he has created various sons from his mind, sages that are beginning to populate an empty universe. But somehow or other, the population was not really increasing. So Lord Brahma was wondering how to carry on his mission. And then from his body, two forms manifested. In the purport, Srila Prabhupada describes one form had a mustache and the other one had swollen breasts. And this, it said, this male and female form then united in a sexual union. Well, that's the history of the universe, right? Sexuality. It's something that is very, very strong. It governs across all the species. It's in all the species, this sex desire is there. The sannyasi is unlike a brahmachari who kept somehow or other a vow of celibacy and kept a humble position, kept him, yes, preached, but at the same time stayed simple. Sannyas is not like that. Sannyas means now we have to use everything we have, everything, for Krishna. Engage everything. And take the limelight and lead others towards Krishna. So it's a huge change. And with it, we become also a target for Maya. So we are careful to take the humble position, first of all, and to take shelter of the proper disciplines of the Vaishnavas, the senior Vaishnavas, and continue to look for blessings. Yes. And yet, the world is on fire, and we have a huge samsara davana, dalita loka. People are suffering. We have to work very hard to relieve that suffering. So Kripamai requested that Sutapa would stay in the UK. I think he needs a little space to breathe also. After all, Sachinanda Maharaj once said that Great Britain has actually become small Britain. Now it's just an island. Yeah, it was a sensitive one. But I'm Dutch, so I agree. That's 2 against 1. Yes. So I fully agree that this island is a little small to be all the time. I think it's natural that one travels and preaches and refreshes. And a sannyasi cannot get too entangled in all the local relationships. Sometimes needs to step out and explore new horizons and bring a freshness to the UK that's very needed, right? Because tradition is good. I'm talking too long, and yeah. But it says that in religious traditions there are 2 types of leaders, the prophet and the priest. Both are necessary. The priest is upholding the values of the tradition, and the prophet is renewing the tradition. So I like prophets better. More exciting. But both are needed. So, but certainly, I think that Krishna has destined Sutta Prabhu to play a leading role in the UK for a lifetime. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, but not just the UK. I think in this movement also, in the entire Hare Krishna movement, and natural places of service will open up over time. I think so. Let all the senior men support him right, who's taking this courageous step. Let all the others assist him in his mission. And in this way, let us bundle all the energy in the UK to fully fulfill the potential of this yatra. The UK has a duty to the world. The Bhaktivedanta Manor is an arrangement of Krishna. This project came to Srila Prabhupada. It is a very powerful facility with a powerful congregation. Let from here the whole world benefit, and let Sutapa be the conduit for that mission. Right? And yes. And the Jumna March went from the Vedic system to sannyas, to even the most intimate aspects of sannyas, to really try and develop that unalloyed mood of service, that unalloyed service attitude of the gopis who served Krishna out of full love. So may love grow and be the driving force. Srila Prabhupada, in an explanation to the verse Aham savasya pabhavo mata savam bhavartate iti mata bhajantamam buddha bhava samanvitaha, is saying Krishna is the origin of everything spiritual and material. Then he says that, yes, he says, if you love the body, then you will automatically also love finger, right? So, in the same way, if you love Krishna, you will also love Krishna's creation. Therefore, Buddha Bhava Samanvita, to worship with love, is not merely to worship Krishna with love, but to really share that love with all living entities, for all living entities. And it's that understanding of love of God, reaching up to Krishna and then coming back down with that same love to the people. That is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, that is Srila Prabhupada, and that is where sannyas will be successful. Okay, thank you very much.
His Holiness Kadamba Karna Maharaja ki. Dear Prabhus, Vaishnava devotees of the Lord, the moment has now arrived for Sutapu Prabhu to change his cloth. And he shall be making his journey only to the Brahmachari ashram, for he cannot go beyond there. So a humble request is that whilst he's making that journey, please don't stop him, because I know all of you want to speak to him, but now is not the time. So we have maximum, Sutapu Prabhu, 15 minutes. I'm sure you can do it in that time. And during which time we shall conduct a beautiful kirtan, and you are more than welcome to stand, because I'm sure you need that break to stand. And so now we'll prepare ourselves for doing that.
To bless the cloth. Sorry. Huh? What?
Okay, you can start.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
So, Hare Krishna. Yeah, this is the wonderful moment, the glorious moment that that Sutra Prabhu will take sannyas. A name like Sutapa, which means not only tapasya, tapa, but even reinforced, is a nice name for preparation. But to base sannyas on austerity is not speaking to my heart. Nor I think that will be the ideal name for your preaching mission. So I have meditated, and there was a lot of pressure to come up with a good name. You know, I was talking to Burijan, and Burijan said, "Yeah, you have to give him a very powerful name." I go, "Oh my God. How am I going to do that, you know?" And it's puzzling and this and that. Anyway, I think I found something. By Krishna's grace, that's all I can say. So with great pleasure, I'm offering you this danda, and from this day on, you will be known as Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj.
His Holiness Swami Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj ki.
I think Kesav sounds better than Kesava in terms of syllables. Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj. He can write Keshava, but Keshav.
Keshav.
I think so. Swayam Bhagavan Keshav Maharaj. Keshav Maharaj when we want to make it short. My blessings, yes, and may you, Yaradika Tarakaha, Krishna Upadesh, whomever you meet, may you tell them about Krishna, the instructions of Krishna, and may you establish Krishna Stu Bhagavan Swayam, that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, widely all over the world. Yeah. Maybe take the blessings on that side.
we've said everything. Let's go forward. Hare Krishna.
I remember remembering how some devotees related to me that Srila Prabhupada was giving a darshan and suddenly Jayananda Prabhu walked in. I think it was after Rath Yatra, and he stayed behind and helped clean up and put the cart away and so forth. And he walked into the darshan in his saffron cloth, and Prabhupada looked at him and said, "He looks just like Lord Chaitanya." So when you were coming down the way here, I said to Maharaj, "He looks just like Lord Chaitanya." As one of us was pointing out, Mahaprabhu was young when he took sannyasa, 24, and he was very handsome, being the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And you have some of the same teachers and the same spirit, which is most important, of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So may he bless you to continue his mission here in the UK and other places as well. And spread the holy names all over the UK and a few towns and villages around the world as well.
Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj ki! Gaura Premanande! So I think, Sutapa, I've known him for 20 years, and he's self-sufficient from the very beginning, as I mentioned earlier. But I think, sannyas life, it's a life of renunciation, but it needs balance, and I think everybody has their strengths and weaknesses, and therefore, everybody's austerity and everybody's relaxation time is different. So I think that providing Maharaj, he actually balances his time and keeps himself strong in Krishna consciousness. That's the main thing. And Bhagavan Keshava Maharaj is very attached to book distribution, so I think he'll be still spending a large amount of his time doing that. So we have to actually feed ourselves as well as give to others. So I look forward to seeing Keshava Maharaj in his new outfit around England. Hare Krishna.
So Prabhus, now we would like to hear from His Holiness Swami Bhagavan Keshav Swami Maharaj.
Get used to this. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Srila Prabhupada ki. One devotee, he saw this, he was looking at the danda, and he said, Sutapa, you're really jumping in the deep end of the swimming pool. He said, but you won't have any problem drowning because your danda is so long that you'll always be able to pull yourself out. And when he said that, it reminded me of the verse in the Chaitanya Charitamrita where Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami says, Durgame patimaindhasya skalat pada gater muhu svakripa yastidanena shanta shantva valambanam. He says, my path is very difficult and I'm slipping again and again, but the stick of the mercy of the Vaishnavas is holding me up. When the thought of this sannyas ceremony came, then I said to my spiritual master that perhaps we can do it in some secluded corner of Vrindavan, maybe at the foot of Govardhan Hill under a tree. And he said, yeah, we'll work it out. So somehow or other it worked out in a different way. But I'm very grateful because so many Vaishnavas came and so many Vaishnavas give blessings, and that's the stick of the mercy that holds us up. So many sadhus came today. In the Bhagavatam it's mentioned, Shanta evasya chindanti manovyasanga mukti bi, that the words of a sadhu are like razor sharp, and they can cut the attachments within the mind of the conditioned soul. So His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj for me is the personification of that verse. His words are so powerful, his words are so chaste to Srila Prabhupada. And so today he's blessed us by his presence, and I pray that in my life my words will also represent Srila Prabhupada as strongly as he embodies in his life. His Holiness Indradyumna Maharaj is here. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is talking about divine qualities, and he says, Abhayam sattvasam sudhir jnana yoga vyavastiti. Krishna begins the list of divine qualities by talking about abhayam, or fearlessness. And in the purport, Srila Prabhupada says, fearlessness is the first quality of a sannyasi. And His Holiness Indradyumna Maharaj is so much the embodiment of that. Ready to go anywhere, ready to do anything, ready to take on any risk, to share Krishna consciousness in the most difficult and hostile environments. So I pray, Maharaj, that I can grab some of an ounce of your fearlessness in Srila Prabhupada's service. We were so fortunate in the manor to have an example as Dayananda Maharaj from day one. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he says, Saralata e Vaishnavatva. Simplicity is Vaishnavism. And His Holiness Dayananda Maharaj is such a simple, humble soul. And from day one we were exposed to that beautiful example. And we owe so much to him as well. So many of Srila Prabhupada's disciples have come today, and living at the manor is such a boon because we have the association of the disciples of Srila Prabhupada. Recently I was thinking that we love Prabhupada, but we only know of Prabhupada because of his disciples. Because his disciples wrote biographies, wrote their experiences of Srila Prabhupada, we know about Prabhupada. Because his disciples took pictures and recorded Srila Prabhupada's words, we can hear Prabhupada. Because Srila Prabhupada's disciples sacrificed everything, their youth, all comfort, to build Srila Prabhupada's ISKCON. Therefore we know Prabhupada. So Srila Prabhupada's disciples, I feel, are the biggest gift of Srila Prabhupada to us in this world. Kripamoya Prabhu spoke. Recently I finished reading Kripamoya Prabhu's biography, And it's incredible, just decade after decade of service to Srila Prabhupada, unrelenting, ever increasing. Such an amazing example. The disciples of Srila Prabhupada had no hesitation in doing whatever it took to spread Srila Prabhupada's movement. So they are here today, and I pray that I can serve them and continue that legacy in some small way. I guess I should also thank my parents. Sounds like an Oscars speech, no? My parents made a big sacrifice. I left home when I was 21, and I said I'd be back after 6 months. I even had to sign a contract. But I hope that if there's anything good that I've done, that I will do, that the benefit will go to them, because they made a sacrifice. I have to thank my spiritual master. When Tamal Krishna Maharaj was told by Srila Prabhupada to go to India, he didn't want to go. Prabhupada said, why not? He said, because Indians are too tricky. Prabhupada said, but I'm an Indian. He said, no, not you, Prabhupada. Prabhupada said, no, actually, I am also tricky. Because I tricked you into becoming Krishna conscious. So, with the greatest of respect, I can also say that my own spiritual master is very tricky. He's very generous. Namo Mahavadanyaya, this is Mahaprabhu, is so much magnanimity, so much generosity. I observe my spiritual master day in, day out. He's addicted to giving the mercy to others. And he had a plan to make something useful out of my life. I wasn't aware of the plan. Slowly it unfolds. But that is his great generosity, to give me an opportunity to make my life successful and do something worthwhile for Srila Prabhupada. He's carrying the spirit of Mahaprabhu in such a powerful way. I hope I'll fulfill his desires and his vision. On this day, Sri Dhamma Prabhu is not here. Maybe he is, I don't know. But he gave me a lot of mercy. And actually, he was the greatest sannyasi. Yeah. He was a real sadhu, real saintly person. He used to tell me, life is short. You're here today, you're gone tomorrow. Have a laugh, a smile, and do something for Prabhupada. You'll look back, you'll feel very, very happy. And you know, things happen in life, but don't take the illusion too seriously. Sri Dhamma Prabhu was someone who really walked with the vision of eternity. He was a real saintly person, and he instilled that, some of that, I hope, in me. So today is a kind of journey into the unknown. But then I was thinking, Srila Prabhupada's whole life was a journey into the unknown. When Srila Prabhupada was a householder, then in the late 50s, he decided to give it all up, go to Vrindavan, take sannyas and live as a mendicant. That was a journey into the unknown. Then in Vrindavan, Prabhupada got the opportunity to go to America, to preach Krishna consciousness, bigger opportunities. A journey into the unknown. Prabhupada came to Butler, Pennsylvania, but then he thought, I can't start the movement here, I have to go to the center. So Prabhupada decided to leave that quiet neighborhood and go to New York City a journey into the unknown. In New York City, Prabhupada was in upstate New York at Dr. Mishra's apartment, but he thought, these are not the people. So he thought, let me descend to the Lower East Side, the Skid Row, the lowest of the low, and preach Krishna consciousness there. So he left and he went to the Bowery, a journey into the unknown. And from there, Prabhupada was just making every single journey around the world into the unknown. So for me, it's a very small journey into the unknown compared to Srila Prabhupada. But I hope in this journey into the unknown, I hope to meet Srila Prabhupada and Krishna along the way on this journey. Serving Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement is the best job in the world. And Prabodhananda Saraswati says, Yatha yatha gaura padara vinde, that when you dive into the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then as you go into that deep ocean of the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, eventually you'll navigate to the shores of Radha and Krishna's Vraja Leela. So Bhaktivedanta Thakur says, Adyapiha Shay Leela Kaha Gaura Roy Kona Kona Bhagyavan Dekhi Bharapoy. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes are going on even today. Kona Kona Bhagyavan, but who's that fortunate person that will able to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes? So I'm a small soul with a big danda. But I want to see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes. And I'm praying that all of you help me to become fortunate so that I can see Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's pastimes. As I look out, I see so many of you, and actually you all helped me in spiritual life. You gave me so much mercy. You gave me so many opportunities to serve. As Kripamoya Prabhu says, it takes a whole village to bring up a child. So I'm made of your mercy. I'm at your service in the UK. And maybe a few other places, if it's allowed, with Kripamoya Prabhu's blessings, of course. And I hope I'll do something of value in this life and honor the Sannyasa ashram and make it fruitful by sharing Krishna consciousness and fulfilling Srila Prabhupada's deepest desire, that as many people in this world get the opportunity to make their lives perfect. I hope to be some kind of small instrument in that plan. And please pray for me that I become humble and stay humble. Pride cometh before the fall, so please correct me and please advise me, guide me, and please let me know if there is something I'm doing wrong. And in this way, I hope to be your servant for the rest of this life and beyond. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. Srila Prabhupada ki.
His Holiness Swayam Bhagwan Keshav Swami Maharaj ki. Thank you so very much for the kongshas. Prabhus and Swamis, Maharajas, if we could now prepare for the fire sacrifice in the oven, during which time we shall conduct a beautiful kirtan. There is a request that His Holiness Indrajumna Maharaj leads the kirtan.
I think we need a microphone for here. Kartals? Who's playing kartals? Slow kartal player? No? You can play slow, yeah?
Dear Prabhus, kindly be seated and settle down. Please be seated.
To the Prabhupada, Krishna, Hey Krishna, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Radha, Shiva Hari
Shri Advaita Shiva Sari Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Sri Krishna Chaitanya Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Om Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Imo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ho! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
What? No, we do the recitation. No, I cannot play around.
Stop.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, it's a shame. It was so nice. I could have gone for hours and I would have been very happy. But I guess just Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Shakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Swaha 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 Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swaparantikam Swaha 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 Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yutai Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaisnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Lalita Shri Visakan Vitamscha Swaha 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 Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale
Kadamba Kanana Swami Iti Namine Swaha Swaha Swaha
Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Gurudasa Jaya Dvaita Swami Iti Namine Swaha 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 Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Swaha 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 Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarine Swaha 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 Namah Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Tinamine. Where are we? Yeah, okay. Shivarsabhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhurochvala Premadya Shirupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shrimurtaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Virudapasidanta Dvantaharine Swaha 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 Namo Gaurikishoraya Saksat Vairagya Murtaye Vipralamba Rasambode Padambujaya Te Namaha Swaha 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 Gauravi no Nama Bhaktivedanta Satsidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Swaha 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 Gaura Vibhava Bhumestvam Niyadesta Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhoma Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Swaha 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 Vancha Kalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Swaha 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 Namo Mahavandanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratvisa Namaha Swaha 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 Panchatattvamakam Krishnam Bhaktirupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Swaha 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 Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopisa Gopika Kanta Radhakanta Namostute Swaha 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 Jayatam Surato Pangor Mama Manamatir Gati Matsarvaswa Padamboja Radhamadana Mohana Swaha 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 Divyat Vrindaranya Kalpadrumada Shrimat Ratnagara Simhasanastu Shrimat Radha Shila Govinda Devo Prastalibi Sevyamano Smarami Swaha, 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 Sriman Rasarasarambi Mam Sivata Tatasitaha Karsan Venusvanir Gopir Gopinata Shiestunaha Swaha 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 Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneswari Vrisabhanu Sutta Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Swaha 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 Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Swaha Swaha Swaha. Oh, I forgot the ghee. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Swaha Swaha Swaha. Then the Purnahuti, you can stand up. You can stand and then put in the fire. Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagat Hitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha Namo Brahmanya Devaya Go Brahmana Hitaya Cha Jagat Hitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha Namah Brahmanya Devaya O Brahmana. You say different now. You're confusing me. Go Hitaya Cha Jagat Hitaya Krishnaya Govindaya Namo Namaha Swaha Swaha Swaha. Hare Krishna. Finito. We can some more kirtan, please, Maharaj. Make some space.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Not too fast. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Wow! Kirtan! Yo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey! Gorpin! Nitai! Whoa! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Nice to see you. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Chant dance. Chant dance. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama,
Hare Hare. Ibo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, hey, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. More prem. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Whoa! Kirtan! Chant dance! Chant dance! Whoa! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Chant dance! Yo! Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Hare Hare. Woo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey! Go Prem! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey! Holy name! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Back home. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, here we go. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Yo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Ram, Ram. Whoa! Whoa! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Chant dance! Chant dance! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Oh! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Yay! Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Oh! Go! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Ram, Hare Hare. Whoa. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. Kirtan, yo! Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Woo! Yay! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare.
Hare Ram,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Whoa, yeah. Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hey, hey. Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Woo! Woo! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Whoa! Whoa! Yeah, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare. Chant dance! Chant dance! Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare. Chant dance! Woo! Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Kirtan forever. Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Woo! Jai-ho! Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare. Kesava Maharaj, Jai-ho! Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Rama, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Hare. Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Kirtan forever. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Rama, Hare Hare. One more. Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Okay, here we go. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare. Hare Ram, Ram. Dance. Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Woo! Kirtan! Whoa, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram. Gaur! Nitai! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare. This is it, back home! Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Huri Bo! Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, oh Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey! Jai Gaur Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaur Hari Bo. Jai Gaur Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Gaur Hari Bo. Jai Gaur Hari Bo, Hari Bo, Hari Bo, go! Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Go Premanandi! Jai Go Premanandi! Go Premanandi! Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa, Party Bachakacharya, Oshtatadata Sri Simad. His Divine Grace, ISKCON Founder Acharya, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahansa, Party Bachakacharya, Oshtatadata Sri Simad. Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki. Ananta Kori Vaishnava Vrinda Ki. Namcharya Srila Haridash Thakur Ki. Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita, Gadadhar, Shri Vasari Go Bhaktivinoda Ki. Shri Shri Radha Krishna, Gopa Gopinath, Shamkund, Radhakund, Hiri Govardhan Ki. Shri Brajabhumi, Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki. Dvadeep Mayapadam Ki. Ganga Yamuna Maya Ki. Bhakti Devi Ki. Tulsi Maharani Ki. ISKCON BBD Founder Acharya, save the whole world, the whole Kali Yuga, Srila Prabhupada Ki. Kadamba Kanana Maharaj Ki. Jayadvaita Maharaj Ki. Keshav Maharaj Ki. Shri Krishna Sankirtan Yagya Ki. Transcendental Book Distribution Ki. Harinam Festivals Ki. Back home, back to Godhead Ki. Take all the fallen conditioned souls with us Ki. Srila Prabhupada Ki. Go Premanande! All glory to the assembled devotees. All glory to the assembled devotees. All glory to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Garanga. All glories, all glories, all glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. So dear devotees, before we conclude this most auspicious occasion, we'd naturally like to thank the Supreme Lordship Sri Sri Radha Gokulananda, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, all our Swamis, and of course we'd like to thank each and every one of you for appearing here today. For this Haveli has not seen such an ocean of devotees. And now the Sunday feasts wait for you, during which time Swayam Bhagwan Keshav Swami Maharaj will remain on stage for those of you who wish to come forward and offer. Of course, there is a cut in the management. You can most certainly come forward and do that in an orderly manner. However, we do request that you do please honor the prasadam. Those devotees who have their shoes in the shoe area, let them be. You can just go across to where the prasadam is being served. And for the senior Vaishnavas, Prabhupada disciples in particular, they have the e-ticket. For the senior Vaishnavas will be served upstairs in the Atma Paramatma room, just upstairs on top of the Haveli. Thank you also very much. You may then vacate the premises through those doors. Hare Krishna.